board there, and 13 is on the side over there. Right here. Oh yeah, Aaron, you can give you this thing. Oh, give there's pens and balls. Okay. So Aaron, just stay here. Yeah. If you need a pen. Okay. Group 3: Arsh, David Zang, Jace Jackson, and John Holmes.
The games.
Okay, you guys are tables 5 and 6, like right here. Group 4: Brandon Liu, Jordan Yi, Andrew Shahada, and Curtis Shen.
We played.
You guys table 7, 8. Group 5: Bryant Lynn, Michael Whitmire, Yuan Zhang, and Arsalan Alam. You guys 9, 10, I think, right? Yeah. And then lastly, Group 6, whoever's left: Brian Chen, Shen Yu Liu, Arsh Bias, and Kevin Korb. 11, 12. Yeah. 11 and 12. 11's right there. I don't. Wait, Jasmine, where's 12?
12 right there.
So right next to 11. I guess. I'm not. Yeah. So let's pick a match for table 1, guys. Yeah, just pick one. What do you think? Chen.
Yeah.
Who do you want? Table 1.
Put the new guy on.
Put the new guy on? Okay. Hey, Brandon, your match is on table 1 first, okay? You're on table 1. Already? So like 7, 8. Just the first match, right? Because it's AC first, right? You're playing first, right? A versus C? Yeah. What about like
Wait, Ryan. Wait. Is Kevin Korb on the same bracket or same group as CSUN?
Can you put on the draw?
Yes.
Let's put him on table 1.
Put him on table 1?
Their match.
Okay, sure.
Sit down.
Actually, just kidding. You're still on here.
Huh?
Eric and Kevin, if you guys are you guys playing first? You're in different groups? Oh.
Oh, okay.
Let them warm up and then go around and take a look.
Yeah.
And then have a draw. And then first have a draw so we can
Okay.
count down whoever's going to.
Yeah, okay.
Let them warm up or see who's playing who.
Ryan, I want to get either of the new guys or Kevin Korb.
Sure.
Since Kevin on Swift and he's a Robert, so.
Right, okay. Makes sense. The new, what do you mean the new guys?
You got Brandon?
You mean the one who didn't play teams?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because they don't have exposure yet.
That's for Brian.
No. CSUN.
Out of all the birthday people I could play.
He's in the blue shirt.
Yeah.
With the hair switch back.
That one?
Yeah, I think you're pointing at him.
Yeah.
CSUN. Because that table, there's water damage.
You should aim at the table out.
No, it's better. Alright guys, just a reminder, Chris here is the shirt Nazi, so he's going to go around and check your shirts. Make sure your school name is on it.
Hey, Brian. Brian or Brennan? What is it?
I think it's Brandon's playing though.
Huh?
I'm trying to figure out who's gonna do that.
Very interesting.
Like you said, Ryan sure said UC Davis.
Hey, Ryan. Ryan.
They already started.
Ryan. I think most people are starting already. Let's just take Corb.
Put Kevin Corp there.
Kevin! Go to table 1. Hey, Jasmine or Aaron? Jasmine, Aaron. So when did you guys go to table 1? Hey, I moved the camera too much. I just realized the light gets in the way.
Oh. So we have to move it all the way up there. But we can't.
No, it's fine. Well, maybe it's not.
Well, then you can maybe shoot directly at the table, can't you?
Yeah, so I'm shooting directly at table 2.
Table
Can't-
1?
Or the
That's 1 now.
table 1 now. I just can't raise it up at all.
Alright, so Kevin like offset super high balls, right?
I think so. So I'm sticking around to see how high I need to go. And Kevin Korb opens the match with a standard attack using a top spin forehand instead of the lob that he's known for. Let's see if he'll continue to play a standard game. Is that what he's been practicing? I was gonna put table 9, but then they both already started.
With Brandon?
That's not Brandon.
What's that? Sorry. Oh, not that one.
Yeah.
No, Brandon is that's a UC Davis shirt. Brandon? I think it's a shirt.
What if they don't have a shirt with their name on it?
National team. Not one.
Because SD doesn't have a San Diego shirt. That's a Lenny shirt. That's his club.
Yeah, I'm sure he has a shirt. He's probably gonna put it on.
Well, CSUN doesn't have a shirt either.
That's not tough here. Want me to go figure?
Figure what out.
He's a good candidate.
You can. I wanna,
There's some people that didn't show up yesterday. Like
Yeah.
Colorado never made it.
right, I wanna put them.
Colorado.
Oh, yeah?
Davis group.
This is the phone they can walk.
Everybody.
Okay. He should be not playing, so he's just top. Oh, they're all on two tables.
You laugh like
Yeah, no, we haven't had a see Santos versus.
Hey!
No, he's not wearing it right now, but he might have one because he played the team.
No, just talk to my.
Where's the mic?
Don't touch the camera at all. Yeah. You just talk to it.
Okay.
It's like, okay. Hey, Jasmine coming up to help you. Okay, sounds good.
Jasmine, come up. Come up. You're not doing anything. So we have warming up right now is Steven Chen and Bilal Toho. Steven is in the blue shirt with Bilal in the red shirt. And I have here with me my partner, Jasmine Lynn, UC Berkeley alumni. Steven and Bilal.
Oh, Steven Shen's very good. He's from
Yes.
the SoCal East Division, and he has a ranking of 2000. I think he came second place in men's singles.
So he's really improved over the last couple of years or so. And he plays a penhold style. Have an opportunity there. So this is the B and C seed of Group 1. Ooh, that was a nice opening on the reverse penhold side, but he misses the follow-up a little bit long. It's 4-3 Bilal.
Nice one.
A bit of a tricky serve, a little bit of topspin on it. And when Bilal was going for the backhand open, pushed it a little bit long. That backhand is pretty short. Steven had an opportunity to go for it, but it was really spinning. Clipped the net. There's a nice pair of blocks from Bilal, but Steven's able to break through and tie it up at 5-5. Just missed it. It was a little bit low. Gets the top of the net. Falls a little bit short. So it looks like comparatively Steven's game is a little bit more aggressive. He's going to be going for his shots. It'll have to be up to Bilal to see if he can keep the ball in play. Seven, 6 Bilal. Steven dumps it into the net. Ooh, that serve is a little bit high, and he wanted to attack it, but just clips the edge of his paddle. Looks like Steven's having a bit of a tough time re-looping those spinny topspin balls from Bilal. unlucky there for Bilal. Steven's able to tie it up after it gets the net ball. Sitting at 9-9. He goes for the opening loop, but mistimes a little bit, hits into the net. And now he's defending game point. Ooh. He really opened up the ball really nicely, but again, it's that follow when he's trying to re-loop the topspin where he's looping a little bit long. It really doesn't seem like the player who's deciding to be aggressive in the point is having much success. What do you think Steven has to work on for game 2, Jasmine?
I think Steven needs to be more careful about what shots he goes for. He seems to just attack like, the ball returns. I think with that one short ball, I think he should control the ball more and look at the placement instead.
Yeah, I agree. It doesn't look like he has the consistency today to play that style where he's going to try to attack everything. It might serve him better to try to play a little bit more control. That was really nice. A little bit lucky there on the net.
That was a lot better. Because seeing it.
A nice inside-out forehand to the wide backhand side, which is a little bit weaker blocking with the penhold player. Yeah, a little nice chop block there from Bilal as he gets the early lead at 3-1. Yeah, I think that right there is what Jasmine's talking about, that he's being perhaps a little bit too aggressive on that shot, a little too fast, and he doesn't seem he can bring it back or down on the table. That right there.
That was a lot better. He just spin the ball instead to get that control.
Exactly.
It's not always better to attack aggressively. Sometimes just getting it in and playing the spinning game is a lot better.
Yeah, I think if he can just spin that first ball and open up the point without having to do too much, then he can be a little bit more aggressive with the follow-up shot. Right there, really controlled. Brings it back to 3-4, is it? Seems like 4-3. Yeah, these controlled openings are really working for him. A little bit more spin, a little less speed.
Lucky.
That spinny shot is really spinny, yet at the same time really slow. Caught Steven off guard, and he tried to block it, but all that spin made it a lob, which Bilal promptly put away. Ooh.
Nice opening by Steven, but he wasn't ready for the next one.
Nice defensive shot. Gets the unforced error. Oh, there's a nice opening from Bilal. It really seems the theme is that whoever can really hit that nice controlled spinny open, the opponent doesn't really have much to do with the next shot.
That ball was slow and spinning and dropped the ball hard for Steven.
Yeah, again, it's those spinny openings that each player is having trouble with. Bilal with a commanding lead at 9-4. Steven tries to open, but Bilal did a really nice job of getting a lot of spin on that opening push. Guy's got 6 game points in a row. Ooh! And it just catches the corner of the table. Bilal definitely wasn't expecting that one. Again, a nice controlled inside-out forehand to the wide backhand side of Steven Chen, and he blocks the loop long. And Bilal takes the second game to take a 2-0 lead. It seemed like that game, Steven did take a little bit of aggression off some of his shots, and when he was able to get it on, it was working. But Bilal was opening up the point pretty good as well. Wasn't giving Steven much of an opportunity to do too much. It was a nice opening. Slow topspin.
Bilal seems to be attacking Steven's weak point and he's using his backhand. He's not very consistent.
Yeah, perhaps a little bit too much there. Another unforced error for Steven. And he really has to minimize those to stay in this one. He needs to find a little bit more consistency. Oh, that's a really nice drop shot. Showing off a lot of touch there. Gets the double bounce on the table. Oh, net ball, Steven defending. Turning into a chopper, but Bilal's able to put the ball away for a 3-2 lead. Little lady. I think that hit just his finger a little bit. Made it sail wide. Nice deep serve. Bilal returned that ball a little bit high, and Steven really did have an opportunity to put it away, and I think it was the right shot to go for, but
He wasn't in place. He didn't move fast enough to kind of reach that ball and just kind of swung all over the line.
yeah, there's a nice combo there. Two nice backhands and then a forehand to put that ball away. Ball dumps it into the net. We have a tie game, 5-5. A high bounce serve. A little, oh man. He did a really nice job to even get that first one back on the table. After that, I don't know if that serve either hit the edge of his paddle or bounced off the edge of the table, but it definitely came up way too high. Again, he's really going for that third ball attack. But it hasn't really been working for him. And now Bilal's back out to a 2-point lead at 7-5. And that's definitely something you can't do at 7-5 if you're trying to make a comeback. 2 games down. Again, those slower spinner shots are really difficult to reloop because you really have to close your paddle. Every time it seems like somebody's trying to go for it this game, they've looped it a little bit long.
Match point for Bilal.
Net not helping Steven on that point. And now Bilal's got 5 match points for what's been a pretty comfortable match for him. And I think that's mostly because of Steven's unforced errors that he's accumulated this game. But there's a nice forehand. He saves 1 match point. We'll see if he can do 4 more. It's going to be a tough task. And the opening flip sails long, and Bilal takes it 3-0. Pretty close first game. I think it was 11-9 or so, but the other 2, I think Bilal got us comfortable leads. that was the second match in Group 1. So now, I guess there was a little bit of an upset because Bilal was a C seed. So now we'll see what match is played next on table 1.
This is a good match.
Yeah. On the bottom table right underneath, there's Arsh from Berkeley going at David Zang from UCLA. Arsh had the really close victory yesterday in the co-ed teams in what was the 4th singles match against Olone in the co-ed teams final. He had to save a couple match points against the women's champion, Ying Wang, but he was able to pull it out in the end. I think it was 15-13 in the deuce. So they're playing out of screen right now, but that's going to be a really close match. We're still waiting to see what the next match is going to be on table 1. There's going to be a lot of good matches today with level of play. A lot of players in the 2300 to 2550 range. And we'll see a lot of them in the elimination rounds we can expect. So it looks like Jace Jackson from Davis is going to be playing on table 1, and he is playing against Feng Zhe from Colorado, University of Colorado Boulder. And this is a C and D match of Group 3. The other players in their group are Arsh and David Zang. And that match is going on right now. That's going to be a tight one. So Jace Jackson, he is a senior, and he's been playing for Davis all 4 years that he's been there. So I think this is going to be the last time we're going to see him at playing NCTTA. And I think over the 4 years he's been gradually playing better and better. So Jace should be the slight favorite, but he can definitely play, and he's going to give Jace a good challenge. Who do you think is going to win this one, Jasmine?
I think Jace is going to have the advantage. I was watching Fengze play yesterday. He seems to have some trouble being able to attack and close out the ball. And Jace is more of a consistent player.
Yeah, Jace is pretty comfortable looping from both sides. Both wings, he's a strong all-around player. I think he tends to have trouble with players who are, 2100 at that level or over, as those players, they can usually just block the ball back one more time than Jace is ready for it. But overall, I think he has a really solid game. He already played Arsh in his first match, and there were a couple close games there. I think there's at least a deuce game. He was playing pretty well. I think he might have, actually he played David Zang already. And I know he's given David a little bit of trouble for a little while at least. I don't know who eventually squeaked out. It was most likely David. But it looks like we're starting now. Zhe to serve. 0-0. Wow. Painting the line, down the line. That's a tough shot to force that ball down the line on that opening. It's a spinny open too. And that's the thing about Jace is that when he opens, his shots are really controlled. It's a sharp contrast to Steven, who really likes to put that first ball away. And Zhe, who's a pen holder, perhaps he might play in a more similar style to Steven, who we saw earlier, because he seems to swing that forehand pretty hard. But we'll see if he has the consistency to keep swinging it, and if it's going to get points for him. So Jace misses that return into the net. Ooh, yeah. So Zhe really likes to swing that forehand. And you know, if it gets on the table, it's a pretty powerful shot. It's going to be tough for Jace to block. But I think Jace has the advantage in the short game, in the touch game. And we'll see if he'll be able to create opportunities for himself there. Ooh, that's pretty crazy forehand.
Can you guys a little bit on the quiet side? They can barely hear you. They can barely hear you.
Okay.
The mic is there. So you almost like gotta yell to just speak up a little.
Sure. All right, so standing a little bit closer to the mic now.
I don't hear you.
So it looks like the umpire gave Zhe a warning there. I missed what it was for.
Well, yesterday I was also umpiring Fang's match because there were some questions about the legality of his serve. He didn't toss it high enough, but also I believe he was hiding the ball when he was he didn't move his hand to the side.
Okay. So he's got one warning now, so it looks like the next time the umpire has any issue with it, that'll be a penalty point for Jace. So Jace is at a 7-5 lead. It's interesting because Zhe Feng is the same name of the former Texas Wesleyan player, which is, you know, the former Chinese Texas Wesleyan player who played for, I think, a couple of years at Texas Wesleyan. I don't know if he's playing this year.
I'm not sure about that, but I know he was playing last year and did fairly well. He this Fangzhe also plays very similar to how the Fangzhe
Yeah.
He has a very aggressive forehand.
Yeah, very aggressive forehand. Oh, yeah, he really likes to swing that forehand. Yeah, but that other Fengzhe is about more or less 1,000 points, you know, higher. He used to be a world-class player for China back in the late 80s, early 90s, I think. So pretty interesting that both of them with the same name playing table tennis. Oh, that was a nice heavy push. Really forced Jace to swing hard to open that up, but he still wasn't able to get it over the net. Oh, that's a nice forehand. There's a nice forehand. A little bit of side spin, spinning into Jace's body because Zhe is a left-hander. Uh-oh. So we got, yep, there's the penalty point. So as I mentioned before, he already received one warning, and as Jasmine mentioned, you know, she umpired him yesterday and had a lot of the same qualms about it. But it's tough because this is a pretty close game. It's 8-9, and that's a really critical point. So he's not happy about it. So he really can't do much, but except be more careful and be more obvious about the legality of his serve when he's serving in future ones. That's really nice from Jace. That opening. The ball never really bounced up. You know, the topspin kind of kept it low, and Zhe never really had an opportunity to counter loop that ball. And Jace takes the first one, 11-9. It was a nice controlled backhand. Because Zhe opened up the point really well there. So maybe Jace got up to the early lead on that game, but it ended up being a lot closer at 11-9, especially with the fact that Zhe was penalized for a point on his serve. what do you think are going to be keys to the match next game?
I think it's important for that last point. I think he did really well in controlling his forehand loop, like more spin. He took off, he used 80% of his power instead of 100 to get the ball in. It's just that after the second ball, I think he just needs to go after it and follow up more. He seems to not be ready for that one.
It seemed later in the game he was able to find some consistency opening with his forehand. At the start, it was a little wild, and it was able to let Jace get that early lead. But he was able to tone it in a little bit and come back. But unfortunate for that penalty point, ended up giving Jace the game.
I think Jace is playing it right. He's going for those control spinning forehand because Funk's likes to attack aggressively, which is really hard to do on spinning boots.
And that's true. And Zhe makes no doubt about that one. He puts that mishit off the return down the line to tie it up at 1-1. That's a nice loop by Jace, right into the body. I think Zhe was expecting it on the forehand side, and he was caught a little bit off guard. But it looked like a really nice controlled loop. So below the table, Arsh and David are still battling. It looks like it's really close. But that was a nice forehand from Zhe, tied up at 3-3. This might be the time where we start to see the Chos coming out. Again, attacking down the line, stepping around the corner. Jace really likes to hit that forehand down the line, and it's been really working well. It's a hard shot to block because Zhe's definitely more comfortable on the forehand side. Zhe going for the third ball attack strategy, but Jace hits a quality return on that ball. Zhe opts for the topspin serve out wide, and Jace is ready for it. Loops it back into play. And Jace takes a commanding 5-point lead in this game. Up 2 games already. Or actually, it's only 1 game. And I think at this point with 5 games, Zhe's letting loose a little bit. More.
I also think that the umpire call had an effect on his mentality a little bit. I'm a little agitated.
I definitely agree. It was really close, before he called it, and then Jace got the next point, and the game was over. After he worked hard to get back into that game. But I think Zhe knew that this game was lost. Kind of played some lower percentage shots at the end, and I think he's looking to regroup for the 3rd game.
Looking at his serve compared to before, he's tossing it a lot higher before, but I guess he's not used to it. So the bounce on the serve seems to be a little bit higher, easier for Jace to open up.
So it looks like Arsh came through against David just now. So that was a tight match, and Arsh was favored, but I know that was a really close battle.
Another good match is right here is Brandon Liu versus Jordan Yi. Brandon Liu is, I think, a sophomore at San Jose State University. He's 2,400, and I heard that he trained in Japan actually.
Yeah, I hadn't seen this player before, but I was looking at some of the points he's playing. He has really nice touch on his balls and really good technique.
It would be a good game. Jordan is also very good.
Yeah, Jordan also plays well from both wings. So here on the first point, Zhe is again opting for this big forehand shot. Oh, that was a really nice counter. He had to step out wide for that one, and he's still able to kill loop it back into Jace's body for 1-1. I think that's a ball that Zhe has to put away. You know, he gets an opportunity for himself with a nice serve, a little dead ball, maybe slight topspin on that serve, and it pops up when Jace pushes it, but the ball clips the edge of his paddle. And now we see a service error from Zhe, which is really tough. That's something you definitely can't do when you're this far behind. I think that's a big theme for, you know, some of these matches in the C seed or B seed range where the player's trying to re-loop, you know, the opening topspin, but it's just really hard to know how far you have to close to keep the ball back on the table. All these loops are going long. I think Jace has really found his groove here. He's just opening up, you know, his opening loop has been really consistent here, and it makes it difficult for Zhe to, you know, either hit a forehand or even, you know, blocking, which is something that he's not as comfortable doing, it seems. Yeah, that's another nice open to the wide forehand side. This time, though, Zhe isn't able to take that wide step and loop it back. So we're seeing a lot of forehand errors coming, unforced errors coming from Zhe. Whereas on the other hand, you know, Jace has been really consistent when trying to loop the first ball. A nice tricky serve, a fair amount of topspin on that one. At the very end, Zhe flicks his paddle up, gets some topspin on there, and Jace doesn't close enough on this one. But that's a nice loop off the serve, out wide. It really seems to be a game where, you know, if you can get that first quality loop, it really doesn't have to be too fast or too much of anything. You're going to win the points at a very high percentage. And that last point there is another example of it. You know, he's not really doing too much with the opening loop, but it really doesn't give Zhe an opportunity to do much. And Jace takes the match very comfortably. At the very end, we see Zhe, you know, discussing with the umpire a little bit about the serve. Definitely seemed like a bit of a turning point in the match. You know, Zhe was starting to get comfortable, but after that, it was all Jace. He really showed off his consistency that match. So we'll see what the next match is going to be. I think a lot of the groups have already finished. Okay. Alright, so we'll be taking a break until the next match pops off, which will be in a little while, as the rest of the groups are finishing up. And I think the next few matches are going to be the elim matches.
who you're talking about, right? Good. Yeah, I don't think I've ever met you. Or Oliver. You're good at commentating, so keep it up.
So hello to all our viewers. We've got one more match before the elim stages, and this one is in Group 6. This is Shen Yu Liu and Arsh Vias, and both these players are from the same school, from UC San Diego. My name is Oliver, and
Wait, what happened, Davis?
no, they are both from UC San Diego.
That's Davis.
Wait, oh, that's
And
Davis.
that guy's from San Diego. Chen Yu's from San Diego.
Then who is he playing?
He's playing Arsh Bias from UC Davis.
Oh, yes. Sorry about that. So Arsh is actually from UC Davis, and as Jasmine acutely saw, his shirt also says Davis, so everything makes sense. So yeah.
Shen Yu actually, I just was umpiring him earlier, and I didn't realize that he has short tips on the forehand.
Short pips on the forehand, that's really
Short or
interesting.
medium?
Short or medium.
He's in a very aggressive forehand attacker.
Yeah, as he tries to smash that ball to oblivion there. So Shen Yu's the B seed with Arsh the C seed, and Sheng Yu is strongly favored, and Sheng Yu's rated at 2263, with Arsh rated at 1906. And the fact that he's got short tips is interesting. It means that he's going to be flat hitting a lot of the balls on the forehand. And, you know, Jasmine knows something about that. Jasmine also plays short pips on the forehand.
I think in order for Arsh to make an upset, I was noticing that Shen Yu's backhand's relatively weaker to his forehand. He doesn't, he makes it like very soft and gentle, and like it seems to be very high. And I think if Arsh can take advantage of that, he has a chance of like taking the game.
I see. So Sheng Yu opts to stick with the pips, it seems, if on his serve. He's still serving with the pips. Some players who play with inverted on one side and pips on the other, they'll make sure to use the inverted side to serve, because it'll be able to generate a little bit more spin. A lot of pen holders who use short pips on their primary side will use their backhand rubber, which is inverted, to serve.
And yeah, by Shen Yu using those pips to serve, lots of them it's like dead, no spin balls. Gives him an opportunity to attack Arsh a lot easier.
That was a nice reactionary block on the backhand side, but you know, he's not able to follow up with that, and we have a pretty tight game at 7-7. Arsh tries to put, you know, that serve was a little bit long. He had an opportunity to go for it. It might have been a little bit too ambitious to go for that backhand loop, though. Two good serves from Sheng Yu. Gives them that important 9-7 lead.
Unlucky by Arsh.
So Arsh misserves there to give Sheng Yu 3 game points. And Sheng Yu takes the first game. A little interesting there. I think Sheng Yu had an opportunity to smash that forehand out wide, but he opted to, you know, hit a controlled block to the wide side. So it doesn't seem like we're going to see much spin coming from Shang Yu's forehand. When he's playing his forehand, he's either blocking it or trying to smash. We'll see how many times he opens up with his forehand side using the short pips. Let serve. A little bit of a lazy forehand on that one. So down below, Brandon Liu and Jordan Yee are still battling. It's definitely a very close match. So there we see a short pip loop from Shen Yu. Gets him to the point. So it looks like there will be times where he tries to spin the ball on the forehand side, just like there. It seems to be a very controlled spin, and it's relatively easier to hit that, slow, controlled loop with the short pips, just because the short pips will absorb a lot of the spin.
Oh, nice. Yeah, when Shen Yu opens those forehand loops with his pips, lots of it just a lot of no spin, and Arsh has to be careful with that. If he attacks it too aggressively, it will fly out.
Yeah, Jasmine knows all too well with the short pips that she plays on her forehand side. And I've played Jasmine a lot of times, and it's tricky because looping with the forehand short pips is a really slow ball with only a little bit of top spin.
What are you saying?
Good moves.
So Arsh goes for the down the line serve and executed pretty well. The placement of the ball was really good, and he had an opportunity to follow up and put the ball away, but just mishits it, and unforced error, and then he follows that up with another unforced error off his serve. Time we've seen him miss his serve, and that's going to be crucial. Oh, wow. It's not on camera, but we had Jordan Yee hitting a crazy loop down the line against Brandon. Got some reactions from the crowd. So 5-9, Arsh is serving. It's down 4 points. A little bit of a pushing battle. And the first one to open misses.
Shen Yu likes to chop a lot with his backhand. Since his backhand's relatively weak, if you notice, he tends to lift it up a lot, giving his opponents a chance to attack. So he just likes to chop and control it and force his opponents to make a mistake until he's able to open up with his forehand.
It seems like he's been playing this second game. He played a lot slower. He really didn't hit any balls that were too fast, really, at all. A pretty controlled game from Shen Yu, and it seems to be working. He takes that match pretty handedly, or takes that game pretty handedly. Now up 2-0. So Arsh getting some advice from his teammates at Davis, Jace, and Davis alumni. I think that's Danny Yip. That's also talking with him. So here we start the second game, and Arsh gets off to a good start, 1-0 with the serve, and that's the third service error. So we've had at least one every game. And a lot of times, in a close match, that's going to make a difference. If you can just eliminate all the service errors that you might have had, it can be the difference between winning and losing. And Shang Yu, a little bit of a copycat there. So it evens out. There we see a power forehand smash on the short pips. Little unlucky for Arsh is that clips the net but still stays on the table. Oh, and that's some backhand from Arsh. I think that's the best backhand he's hit today, or at least this match. A quality, slow open from Shang Yu, and he gets the opportunity to smash the next ball, which he promptly puts away, and it's hard to block that one back on the table. So Arsh gets out to a early, small lead, but a lead nonetheless at 5-3. A little bit of luck there, and it turns to be in Shang Yu's favor. As he doesn't panic, he flips the ball as it bounces short from the net after touching it, and he gets the point up. There is a ball that Arsh has to put away, I think.
Yeah, I think Arsh changed his strategy a little bit. He seems to be attacking more, because also Shen Yu's balls are soft, right? And he wants to attack before Shen Yu can attack him.
Yeah, I agree, and you don't want to be too passive when Shang Yu opens up slowly, and then Shang Yu will take the initiative and hit that next ball with his forehand. So, but it'll be up to Arsh to see if he can minimize the unforced errors when he's being a little bit more aggressive. Ooh, there was a nice loop there, but Shang Yu didn't panic, and he blocked it down the line to where Arsh wasn't. And now it seems that Shang Yu's kind of found his groove. I think that's 6 points in a row now, as Arsh calls the timeout to see what last minute advice Jace and Danny might have for him to perhaps turn this around and make a major comeback and upset. Hey, Jordan, did you win? So Jordan wins. So that means he's coming out as the top seed in, that's group 4. So that's a little bit of an upset here, as Brandon's rated at 24-4-7. So a really close match there, and a really high quality match as we get back into the action on our featured table. And Arsh gets the first point back from the timeout. A little bit of a lazy forehand there. He didn't really get his body into that one. He just kind of tried to wave his arm at it. Wasn't able to overcome the spin. And then a tricky serve from Shang Yu. It's tough. So Shang Yu takes it relatively comfortably at 3-0. And I think that will be our last match for the group stages. So we'll have the elimination matches coming up next once those matchups are decided. We still got a couple group matches going on. We have Michael Whitmire still playing. Michael from Berkeley, I think he's playing UCD, University of Davis, Zang. That's the B and C seeds. So we've got that match to finish up, and I think Bryant might also be in the middle of a match. Bryant's Lynn from UC Santa Cruz. So that'll do it for now until we see the elim matches get placed. And so we'll see you back in 10 plus minutes or so.
the winner of the 5 and 6, you have preference.
Alright, see ya. Do you want scoreboards? Yeah, I will when I get the results. No, it depends on whoever won this one because you have to separate schools and all that. So I need the results. But
Michael got ready because they're still all
yeah, they gotta give me that score sheet.
Michael, do you have a score sheet?
But like, it wasn't even
Michael.
I couldn't find it. Anyways, it was like this. And then it's like, it's just laying on the floor.
Yeah.
So sorry.
Not really. I'm still gonna get right.
It's fine. There's a reason. The white noise.
Always like, first with the pillows and the blankets. That was the first time.
Taking the resources just waste them all.
I have an open mind. Oh, gee, what a unique run. Well, no one else can come this time. Alright.
Brendan and Luis. Brendan lost two.
Yeah, he also did.
Buddy.
gonna do the draws over here on table 6. If you're interested to see, just gather around. If you're not interested, we're gonna start the next round at what, 11? What time is it now? Yeah. So the next round will start at 11. I'm gonna do the draws right now though. So come over here if you want to see them. We're not done yet. Well, we still have to do it, that's why. There we go. No need. No need, but you can. No. Eating. Maybe in the back. Alright, Oliver, can I have you scoot over 2 tables?
He asked me the same question. Like 10 minutes after he asked.
Everyone going? Perfect. Alright guys, if you want to see the draw, we're going to do it over here together. Just to make sure everything's okay. Chris is going to help me out. Alright.
But I think one of them do it for fun.
Alright, Chris. And also, not necessarily. What if it happens that we have to go one way? Okay. We're doing the draws now. Alright, you guys, the rest of you don't care? That's cool. Alright. Okay. Alright. So, group winner, right? Group 3 and 4 also get buys. Alright, because we have 12 people in the round of 16. So we have 4 buys. And then here, so group 3 is 4. Because we have 2 birthdays, that means we can't be with Chen on the same side. So I'm going to have to put Jordan here. Right? I'm thinking so Jordan goes here, and David goes here. So you can get the choose who you get to play. Yeah, this will go this way, right? Yeah, Rita's down here. Okay, where do we go? Okay, so then 5 and 6 go here, right? Yeah. So
Crap, Alan.
Jordan's
I'm
here.
not good enough. What are you there instead?
You're both Berkeley, so we're gonna play. My finger. So yeah, do you want Michael or do you want Bryant? Okay, if it's heads, Michael's on bottom. If it's tails, Michael's on bottom. Sorry, Michael.
Where's Bryant?
And then so Brian's up here.
Where's Dragon Boat?
Okay, so then we're left with all the second place finishers, and they're all equal, so we have to first look at geographic separation. First group separation. Yeah, so second place for Chris is group 1, second place has to be on the bottom. Right? So Bilal has to be somewhere down here.
Grace
Right?
versus Power.
Yeah, we don't have Stanford yet, so that's okay. And then group 2, second has to be on the bottom. Alan, no, group 3 are can't be on the same side as
Well, I mean, he's in college again, so I don't know.
He is? I think he's back.
Well, that's why he was playing today.
Oh.
All right, so we're back. We got Elam matches now. So on our featured table today is going to be Brian Chen from UC Berkeley versus Brandon Liu from San Jose State. And so Brian from Berkeley, he is a veteran. He's a senior this year. A CS major at UC Berkeley. And so he came out of his group as the #1 seed. He beat Sheng Yu from UCSD that we saw play Arsh. So he is the first seed. Brandon, although he's rated higher at 2447, he's actually the second seed of his group. He was defeated by Jordan Yi from UC Berkeley as well, as they have maybe 6 or 7 men competing in the seeds, and I think they all made it to elims. Yeah, so a lot of bears in the elims, and so this one's going to be really tight. So they're both first seeds out of their group. They had one match at divisionals, and Brandon came out on top in a very close 5-setter. So we got Chris Wong is going to be umpiring. And so here, I'll give you a quick view of the draw. So up top we got Teddy, Kai, Brian, Brandon, David with the bye, Jordan also gets the bye, Bilal and Michael, Arsh, Senyu, and Wada. So every year it seems that the level gets higher and higher as there's more juniors that get to college age level and are eligible for NCTTA matches. More and more there's more juniors every year practicing and getting better and eclipsing that 2,000 mark and above. And so now we see them in NCTTA, and it seems like the average level is above 2,000 these days, which is really quite strong.
Used to be around maybe 1,500 when I was playing.
Yeah, I mean at the very start it was it's really come a long ways. Maybe the average play was about 1,600. Now we're at least 400 points above that. So Brandon's a relative newcomer. He trained in Japan, I think is the story. He hasn't played in the U.S. much. This is the first time I've. So I'm pretty sure that this is one of the first few times playing, as we probably would have seen him before, given that he's such a strong player. All right, so Brandon gets to serve first, and we're off. So there's a nice return from Brian. He tests the long forehand serve, and Brian's up to the challenge. He goes backhand this time, and then now he's able to get a serve. He's able to get a return error from Brian. And so I spoke to Brian about this match, and he played him in the divisionals, and he said, he had a lot of trouble with Brandon's serve, and there's just there's a great rally and one of many that we expect to see this match. So Brian is also able to get a return error out of Brian, so we're tied up at 2-2. Bryant gets himself back into the point. Brian's got a great backhand block. He doesn't really loop with that much spin on it, but he loves to block and punch block it, and he's very comfortable doing so and playing defense. It's a great point. So Brian opens up with a little topspin, and that forehand catches just the edge of Brandon's paddle and sails way long. 4-2. Nice loop into the body. Brian's able to get another service error, so he's 2 for 4 in terms of winning the point just off his serve. Brandon immediately gets one back, and it's always really, really positive psychologically for a player to get a point just off their serve, and that's 2 for Brandon in a row, just because they're more or less free points that you can always get. You don't have to work hard at all for it. Brandon's having himself climb back into this game. And so we've seen already 5 return errors from each player. So it looks like how well each player's serving is going to be a big factor into who's going to get the edge and potentially who is going to win the match. Six all. We'll see if Bryant's able to return Brandon's serves well. Brandon earns himself an opportunity. Great footwork to step back and hit that leaning forehand. There's a nice, extremely controlled opening loop from Brandon. And it just doesn't bounce high enough, and Brian just whips on it. It's 8-7, Brian to serve. Nice forehand to tie it up at 8-8. Ooh. I think that was a good opportunity for Brandon, but he just whiffed on it. I didn't think the ball came out as far as he thought it would. And there we see Brian sticking with his solid blocking game. He's able to get the error with the help of the net. Brandon's loop clips the net and just sails long. And now we got the first game points to Brian, 2 in a row. Little lucky. He clips the net, and Brandon raises his hand to give an apology. But Brian's got 1 more game point before we go to deuce. And we'll see what he does with his serve. And I know he's thinking about it right now. Ooh, ties it up. A pretty comfortable flick right into the backhand. Right into Brian's backhand. He gets the error. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You see a lot of service errors more common at the lower levels, but you know, with these players, that's not often for that to happen. And he pays the price, and he loses that first game. So a really costly mistake to miss the serve at deuce. So it's 12-10. So I don't think Brandon, he's the only player from San Jose State, so he doesn't have really somebody here to coach him or to help him give advice. Here, Teddy is talking to Brian and discussing some tactics. Teddy, a very accomplished junior, a freshman at UC Berkeley, and I know he's got a lot of great ideas to help Brian formulate maybe something more of a consistent attack plan so that he can win the games without going to deuce. But we saw a couple really strong rallies, and Bryant showed off some of his defensive capabilities with his backhand.
You mentioned that Brian played Brandon before. When was that?
That was in the divisional matchup.
And who won that?
Brandon won 3-2. And so yesterday, Brandon, I think it was at divisionals, but I know Brandon had played Teddy before, Teddy Tran, who's a player rated around 2,500, and he was able to beat Teddy.
Really?
Yes. So this guy's really got some solid game. So, needs a little bit to get ready, and now we begin. Here, Brandon takes the initiative, and it gets Bryant into his blocking game as he backs up off the table and just does his best to punch the loops back. Brandon gets the opening here. That push was definitely a little bit high, and he had an opportunity to kill it. I don't know if he got there just a little bit too late in conjunction with the spin that was already on the ball, but he dumps it into the net. Here, Brandon gets a free point, a service error. The margins are so close, when the level is this high, that a lot of times you'll see a lot of loops that will just clip the net and sail along. Another service, a return error from Brandon. So we're even on the free service points at 1-1. So it's 2-3, and Brian's got one more serve. So here Brian's blocking again. Brandon decides to test Brian's forehand, and he hits that loop off the edge of his paddle. So I think a lot of the rallies are going to play out exactly like that, where Brandon's going to just keep looping into Brian's backhand, and maybe when he gets the opportunity, then he'll loop one out wide to his forehand, and it's just a question of who's going to break first, who's going to make the first mistake. And this time it's Brandon, and I think he had the point one, but it seems that he's not too comfortable really going for that power smash against the lobs that Bryant is throwing up. It's allowing Bryant to get back into those points and maybe win a couple points that he shouldn't have won. That's really smart by Bryant, Brandon was definitely expecting him to block back out cross court, and he was ready to hit that forehand. He caught him off guard with one, and then went there again. This time he switches his up, goes real wide to the forehand. That's a beautiful block. Two beautiful blocks to get 2 points and take the lead back. So as we mentioned, that backhand block from Bryant is something that he relies on quite a bit. It's somewhat of a crutch. He's much more comfortable when people are looping into his backhand side, and he uses the spin and the speed to throw it back at the opponent. He doesn't like to open up as much. That return gets a little sloppy from Bryant. Gives Bryant a nice opportunity to attack that ball, which he puts away. 5-6. Brandon goes for the flick. That was a real tough shot because Bryant's push was a little bit high, but it wasn't so high. You're really forced to open up the paddle quite a bit to be able to flip that back on. Otherwise, the backspin's going to take it right into the net. So Brandon's getting a little bit sloppy. We're seeing a lot more unforced errors from Brandon. And there's another one. And so Bryant with a very comfortable lead at 9-5 It lets him perhaps play a little bit more riskier than he normally would. And that block right now is just so solid from Bryant. I don't think it's been a while since he's missed one on his backhand side. And he's been able to control the point, going wide forehand, going down the line to Brandon's backhand. And here, with the game more or less already lost, Brandon goes for a fast ace and clips the net, goes long. Now he's down 0-2. So pretty comfortable. So seems like whatever Teddy, schemed up for Brian, pretty good formula. What do you think of Brandon's play in the second game, Jasmine?
I don't know, I feel like Brandon has made some unforced errors, missing his serve and missing a lot of Brian's serves. He's got to get that serve return back if he wants to win. I think when he attacks, he does pretty well. Just that I feel like he seems kind of inconsistent now. Maybe it takes a little bit more time to get into the playing against Brian's style.
Yeah, maybe I think perhaps it might be good for him to test Brian's forehand side a little bit more, just because he's so comfortable on that backhand side blocking. And even though Brandon is the one attacking, a lot of times it seems Brian is actually the one controlling the point and controlling where the ball is going. When Brandon attacks Brian's forehand side, Brian, he usually likes to, counter loop it in a kind of a soft way. And generally, it's not coming back as fast as his blocks. So there's a really spinny opening. And just bounces off Brian's paddle and goes long.
So he attacked Brian's middle side.
Yeah, and the middle side is a great place to attack that crossover point where forces Brian to decide which side to play the ball. And again, another one of those balls that clips the net and sails long. The margins of error are really small. Tied back up 2-2 after Brian gets a return error from Brandon. Ooh, and see, there's a opening loop to Brian's forehand side. And I think that's something he has to do a lot more. Takes a towel break every 6 points, so the players get to take a towel break. And so Brian's got 2 serves at 3-3. Ooh, so going to Brian's backhand, and I saw Brian was, really trying to punch that one down the line. Hits it a little too wide. And that block from Brandon, perhaps a little bit too passive, and Brian puts that one away and punishes him. And there's kind of the trouble that Brian was talking to me about earlier in their divisional match, and having a little bit of trouble on his serve. That's nice from Brandon. I think Brandon, I think he's favored when the rallies become forehand to forehand loops, which isn't going to happen too much because Brandon is a left-handed player, and so naturally he's going to loop cross court into Brian's backhand. So 7-4. So now 7-5 as the players take another towel break. And I think Brandon's playing a bit smarter this game, where he's varying up where his loops are going. Instead of always looping to Brian's backhand, there's one to the forehand side. Gets a little lucky though. It was a good loop nonetheless, but catches the edge. Brian's got no shot at returning that ball. That ball just a little too high off the service return. Not technically a return error, but might as well be counted as one. Brandon opens up to Bryant's backhand, and he's there for the challenge. He blocks it back down the line to the backhand side, and a little bit short. Looked like it might have caught the edge of Bryant's paddle and back on. Uh-oh. Yeah, he's able to serve that was a really nice serve. Fooled Bryant a little bit, and this time he's able to win the point after losing the 2 other points where Bryant was lobbing. So Brandon's got 2 chances to put this one away before it's deuce. And it's definitely not where he wants to go, because any game point for Bryant is going to be a match point. Very nice serve. A little bit more topspin on the serve than Brandon had read. Leads to a service error, and he saves 1 game point. Yes. Bryant ties it up. So again, I really feel like, Brandon needs to attack. Here we go. Here's the lobs for match point. And the counter, and he takes it. What a point. On match point, Bryant 3-0, that 3rd game. Extremely close. That's 4 or 5 points in a row that Bryant had to pull out, especially with that last one where he was down and out. But back from the grave, he lobs himself back into the point, finishes it off with a nice forehand counter. And we've seen that on the other points where Bryant has been lobbing, where Brandon's been having trouble really getting enough power to make Bryant miss. And he kept smashing to the backhand side, but Bryant's backhand side has just really been so solid for him that match, and he's just able to fish balls back, block balls back. And then finally, when he decided to go to the forehand side, he got punished. So that was really a really high quality match. And I know Bryant's dealing with a bit of sickness as well, so really impressive for him to pull that out and play so solid as he did when suffering a cold. So immediately after, we got...
Brian versus David.
So Brian will be playing David. I don't know if that match is on the feature table, but we have David Zang warming up with, is that Nathaniel?
Yeah.
So that's Nathaniel, one of the 3 true Chu siblings that are here. 2 of them go to UCLA. It's Nathaniel and Isabel are UCLA team members. Do you know why Nathaniel's not playing in the men's event?
Because he didn't sign up. He didn't play the divisionals. And he didn't get wildcarded.
I see. So yes, he didn't play in the divisionals, which made him ineligible to play. And he definitely would have been somebody who would have been very competitive in this tournament, as he's rated 2250. I think he's eclipsed 2300 before as well. But either because he was busy or forgot to sign up, or who knows? His car broke down is what Jasmine is telling me. So that's really unfortunate, because that not only disqualified him from divisionals, but it means he can't play in regionals, and which also implies that he's not eligible for nationals. So really unfortunate. So there are 2 divisionals. He didn't play in either.
Singles.
It only matters.
Spring.
It only matters for spring. That's right. It's a little bit unfortunate. So is there a process for him to apply for a wild card?
Well, no. So he and David both didn't show up to play singles at divisionals. But I believe David was wildcarded and he wasn't. I I think there's only a certain number of wild
I
cards.
see.
And I think it's a higher rating wild cards that get to go.
I see. So I guess there was a possibility for him to get a wild card into the draw, but it looks like David took up that spot as his rating is a little bit higher. So kind of unfortunate for that to happen. But here they are warming up. As I think Brian probably needs a little bit of a break after that really close match with Brandon Liu. And so we'll take a break as well and come back later when the match is a little bit closer to getting started. So we'll see you back in a couple minutes.
Don't worry about it.
I don't know what. Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, we're sending them out right now. Yeah, we're ready. All right. Here. Where the heck is the numbers in there? Okay, help me set these up. So, this one is table one. So David's already on there. Brian Chen. The man who's just on the table. And then here, Brian. Find Teddy and pick a table. Teddy. David Bryant, right? Oh, they're already. Yeah, okay.
Jasmine's so quiet. Jasmine doesn't seem yelling.
Oh, here, give me send me the ball. Huh? Yeah, take your favorite table. Just not table one. The one you just played on, that's good luck.
I actually ended up doing work.
And so we're back here as the quarterfinal match is now starting, and Brian is staying on the table, and now he's playing David Zang from UCLA. David Zang had a first round bye as he finished first in his group. In his group round stage, David Zang had to defeat Arsh. So David was actually the second seed in his group, but he upset Arsh, and he beat Jace Jackson and Zhe Feng to become first seed, to finish first place in his group, which earned him the bye. And now he's playing against Brian Chen in the quarters, which we just saw defeat Brandon Liu. And I was just talking to Brian down below as he was warming up for this match, and he agreed that Brandon's having a lot of trouble putting away his forehand smash. He didn't have enough power to hit through him, and Brian was a little bit lucky that his match was placed on the feature table, as a lot of the other tables don't have nearly as much space for him to back up on, and so that allowed him to be comfortable and to lob back Brandon's forehand smashes. And so now I'm here with Aaron Wong, former University of Toronto alumni, and he's here volunteering with NCTTA.
Hi everybody.
So he'll be contributing his thoughts on the match as it prepares to start. And we have Jasmine Nguyen jumping on as the umpire. And so both Jasmine and Brian are UC Berkeley alumni, and they're chatting a little bit before the match starts.
And we see Nathaniel Chu sitting in the coaching chair. He's probably coaching for David. Nathaniel is also a UCLA strong player. Unfortunately, he couldn't register for singles because he didn't play singles for divisional.
His car broke down, which was the issue. And even though there are about 5 or 6 other UC Berkeley players, they all seem to have a match to play. So there's not anyone sitting in Brian's corner yet until one of those matches finish, and then they can help give Brian some tips and tactics to try.
Actually, I think before the match, Arsh from Berkeley already gave lots of tips to Brian. I saw they were chatting secretly for like 5 minutes or so on the practice table, just beside the gym there.
And it is worthwhile to note that Jordan Yee is UC Berkeley player. Both David and Jordan Yee are products of the Alameda Table Tennis Club. And I know they grew up playing lots of table tennis together. In addition to Bryant's Lynn from UC Santa Cruz is also from Alameda. And so all 3 of those have played countless of matches to each other. So I wonder if Jordan gave Brian some tips on perhaps the weaknesses that David might have on his game and how to exploit them.
Alright, so the game is almost about to start. And looks like Bryant won the other side for whatever reason. They were sitting sides.
Yeah, so perhaps, that's the side he's a little bit more comfortable with. The lighting might be a little bit different. That was the side that he won 2 games on against Brandon Liu, so that seems to be his preferred side.
Ready to serve, first game.
And a nice forehand block. So David opens. David is a 2-wing looper. He loops pretty well from both sides. Where Brian, again, as we saw in the match previously, he's got really strong blocks on both sides. But he can rip out that forehand loop like we just saw right here when he needs to attack and take initiative.
Right, I think Bryant has a very strong forehand counter loop, especially stay middle or far from the table.
So I don't think Brian's nearly as strong when he's trying to loop from his backhand side, as he tried one there and it went long.
Right, I think Brian's backhand is mainly blocking or lobbing, and when get a chance, just counter loop with his strong forehand.
But as you saw on that point, he moves laterally very well to get to his forehand side. And a nice block. It doesn't really have to do much, just make sure to close the paddle and takes David's power and speed and throws it back at him.
Very skinny under.
He misreads it, dumps it into the net. I don't know, it might have caught the bottom edge of his paddle. It was pretty close, but regardless, he dumps it into the bottom of the net. So a really nice serve from David, really short.
High toss no spin.
Oh, that's really nice. So David conjuring up the extra strength and to move his feet to get around the ball and to rip that one down the line. No chance for Brian to get that one.
That's a pretty nice confident serve, but then he missed a chance of signing high ball there.
Yeah, he earned himself the opportunity, and it was a good serve. And you know, he's gonna have to put those away because that's a point he should have won, but instead it goes to David. Oh, that backhand.
It's not yet.
Oh,
lucky
lucky shot just off the net. But still, two great backhand blocks. Again, David's testing Brian's backhand. And it's been solid last match, and it's still solid this match. So a bit of a short game, daring each other to attack, and eventually one of the pushes. David misses.
And now he changes to underspin.
Great serve.
Yeah.
A little bit of a dead ball Tashin serve, and he gets the opportunity. David pops it up, but you know, he does a good job of blocking back, bringing the ball back down, getting himself back into the point, and eventually he's able to wrestle the point away from Brian. A nice opening loop from Brian Chen.
It's not very fast, but very spinny.
Yeah, it's extremely spinny. It's hard to re-loop it back, and it's hard to block. You really have to close the paddle. Uh-oh, I think this one, oh no. Just long. Off the top edge of Brian's backhand side, and it seemed like it might have caught, was about to sail in, but eventually goes long.
You can see that David is playing mainly to Brian's backhand, because Brian's backhand doesn't have a strong loop, so he's trying to keep like all the soft ones flip and everything to his backhand side.
Nice quality pushes from Brian. Eventually forces the miss from David as he tries to push that one back. It's really small margins when trying to, you know, push short.
Nice underspin loop from David, and Brian fails to counter loop that one.
A nice opening. I think it was a good shot selection from Brian to, you know, go for that forehand, but that loop from David, it just didn't pop up, and it, you know, Brian whiffed it.
I think all David's underspin openings are very soft, but it's very consistent and gets on the table all the time.
Right.
And it's really hard for Brian to counter loop those ones, as those are not, like, it's not fast enough for counter
Yes.
loop. It's like spinny and slow.
Because of the spin to speed ratio is so skewed in the spin,
Right.
it's hard to really get a good grip.
So let's see what Brian's going to serve.
His first game point, he's definitely thinking about tactically. A
Ooh,
topspin
a
serve,
long one.
I think that's one of the few times this game that he's gone for that serve, and it caught David off guard, gets the freebie for the game, and a critical moment.
I think that's a very smart serve.
Right.
Like, he didn't serve a single long one in the entire game,
Right.
and so a long underspin down to David's body at the very last point,
Yeah.
and that's where he got the game from.
Yeah, that's probably the best time to pull out, you know, the serve that your opponent hasn't seen before, whether either you're down match point, you know, 9-10, or you have a match point, or it's deuce, you know, especially when you're at that critical juncture.
Right, it's like
It's very tense, you know. You know that your opponent is thinking about what you might serve and giving him something that he doesn't expect. It's a really smart play.
a secret weapon to use at the very last points.
Right.
And we can see that Nathaniel is giving David some serious coaching there. And Brian really has no coach from Berkeley because all other players are also playing. And let's see how effective the coaching works out in the second game.
What do you think are some things that David needs to do to get himself this next game?
I think he needs to, well, he's starting all the underspin openings, but he needs to be ready when Brian's counter loops the one. And he's basically just starting without getting ready for the next one, most of the time.
I see. So yeah, we see, you know, it's David who likes to take the initiative to turn the rally from, you know, a pushing rally into a looping or topspin rally. So there's the
Oh,
opening.
that's a
That
nice one.
time,
Yeah.
that time is exactly what Aaron was talking about, where he opens up the point by hitting a nice flick off the short push, but he's ready for the next one to just really rip the ball.
Nice. And then, the counter loop goes out.
Yeah, it's a really hard shot. I don't think it's a bad shot selection from Brian to go for that forehand, but it's just a very difficult shot because it's very easy to loop that ball long. Another long serve. And
Wait, hold on. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
so another long serve from Brian, and it's not something that we saw. Catches David off guard. Oh! And I think you can tell with the angle that David hit that at, he didn't even need the net for that one. It was either right over the post or to the left side of the post, but it was a very nice shot. So he gets himself out to the early lead 4-2 with the serve, which is nice. It lets him be a little bit more loose when going for some shots.
And short in there. David starts. Very nice
Oh,
rally.
yes. Yeah, so we've seen Brian go for that forehand. That's 3 times this game, and he's missed every time. He's missed it just a hair long, maybe about 6 inches long.
Yeah.
A nice opening. A little bit too high, though. Brian had way too much time, and he punches that back cross court with his backhand. He converts all that spin on the ball into speed.
Right.
Oh,
Shot, I guess.
yeah. He hit a really nice block down the line, and he had backed up a little bit, but that loop from David was really short. 2 more points, and he's now in a very comfortable lead at 7-3. Yeah. And it seems that the long serves are working for both players, and perhaps very often.
Right. Neither of them is ready for those long serves. And we
Ooh,
see
so-
that Brian lose lots of points from the counter looping.
Yeah, going for that forehand loop. He hasn't really hit one
Yeah,
on yet.
I think he missed 4 in this game already.
Yep, that's 4 unforced errors where he's not giving him shot to win the point. Matches where Brian really smashed that one on the table, and that was a great serve there. That fooled David a little bit. I think he thought that he had a little bit more room off the edge of the table, but that ball, was only a centimeter off the end of the table. Not much room for him to loop that one.
Nice flip from David.
Yeah, and that's another forehand loop that Brian went for that he missed into the net. So it's a lot of errors coming from that forehand side. Ooh, and there's another one. So that match, I really think it was more of, that was 6 forehand loops was the total count in that game that Brian missed, and that makes up a majority of the points that David won actually.
Right.
So I think that's something that, perhaps that Nathaniel had told David to do, is to challenge Brian's forehand side more.
Maybe,
Because I think, the first game he was really attacking his backhand side more, and, Brian was really comfortable just blocking sort of in a reactionary way and just controlling the point with his backhand.
So the coaching really works out in the second game.
Yeah, a lot of times a coach can really make a difference because they, as a player, you're concentrating on hitting balls in and a lot of things, and it's hard to think of the metagame strategy of, the overarching strategy of where you should hit or shots you should play or how to attack your opponent, and that's what a coach can, an outside party can more easily observe.
Than the player.
Yes. So hopefully, one of the Berkeley players will finish up soon, and then Brian can get somebody else in his court. So if you were Brian's coach, what would you be saying to Brian?
I would try to start with the underspin first. Think like David starts with the opening, because I think Brian is really having trouble counter looping that one now.
Yeah.
Like Brian should really start with underspin first and keep the ball short, like those ones, and
Again, right? It's always the forehand.
yeah. I mean, if you miss all the counter loops, you probably want to start with the underspin first. so that the other person has to counter with
Yes.
your loop.
And there we see an example of that where Bryant takes the initiative off the backhand side this time. Perhaps he's a little bit more consistent opening on the backhand side now.
Right.
Or perhaps he's lost confidence in his forehand. Sometimes that can happen.
I think David is really comfortable with Bryant's long serve now. Bryant should probably switch back to short ones. It's not a good idea to let David start with the underspin, and it's hard for Bryant to counter those.
Oh, a nice block. And Brian, ooh. It looked like that one, yeah. It's really close.
Yeah.
So not nearly as effective this game is Brian with his lobs as he was the last match. And again, David's out to a quick lead in attacking the forehand. And it seems like that's, an extremely effective strategy against Brian. And it seemed, to work for Brandon when he was able to execute some good shots to his forehand side.
Another long serve.
Ooh, and he gets him that time.
Yeah. But still, in general, I don't think it's a good idea to serve most of the balls long. Because once David gets a
Backhand rally.
nice rally,
But this time David outlasts him, I think most of the time in those rallies I give I give Brian an edge in those. Oh, that's a very heavy opening push.
yeah,
It's really hard to loop that one over the net. Misses it. That forehand.
I don't think his position is there yet. His footwork is a little bit slow than what he would expect, I guess. He's a little bit out of position for that forehand loop.
Oh, this isn't where Brian wants to be. Really nice backhand to, curl over the outside edge of the ball to get that wide forehand in. But afterwards, he's out of position and
Nice
wow.
forehand loop from Brian. Wide right angle cross the court.
Yeah, that was one of the best forehands Brian's hit this match. So 8-4, David's still got a really comfortable lead here. So Brian's is really gonna have to tighten up. Can't make any unforced errors just like that. At 9-4, very difficult to come back from here.
Right. Another forehand counter loop miss.
At this point, I think both players are already thinking about the next game.
You never know.
But you never know. It's happened before. It's happened before. I think it's important for David to, win this game in the next, 2 to 3 points. Otherwise, you start getting tight. You start thinking about, maybe I should have played the last couple points differently, and that might affect how you played these couple points, perhaps probably negatively, I would say. Uh-oh.
We see that Brian changes his strategy from counter looping to blocking on the forehand side. At least the ball is going on the table. Not as powerful, but at least he doesn't lose the point right away.
Long serve, backhand from Brian. Gets the error off the forehand side. And still no coach for Brian.
All the other California players are having their matches here.
Yep.
Yeah, I think Brian really needs to change something to get himself back in the game. Right now, David is looping everything and starts with the underspin. Brian cannot counter loop because he needs quite a big of those. And blocking isn't really a solution. So Brian really needs to either keep the ball short or start opening from the underspin first before David started.
Yeah, I'd like to see Brian perhaps, slow down his forehand loop a little bit, and perhaps try to, slow loop that into the backhand side of David, and kind of get a quick rally going. But David's starting to get really comfortable in those topspin rallies,
Right.
He's really starting to just hit forehand after forehand, and he's not having any issues. Very good serve. Yeah, those semi-long serves are really smart plays. Really hard to know whether you should take the ball over the table or wait for the ball to drop.
I think that was a mistake from David. That serve was like no spin but long, and Bryant starts from over. So like it seems like in the match, whoever starts from the underspin just gets the point. Unless you make an error like this one.
So yeah, Ryan deciding to take the serve. Forehand side.
Looks like David is having some trouble with Bryant's serve for some reason. Was that a nice serve?
Yeah, it was a shorter serve than David had expected. I think he was thinking it was gonna come out a little bit deeper, but he realized it wasn't, and he at the last second tried to get it before it bounced twice on the table, but it was too late.
Right.
So there it is, Brian's back blocking. And it's a position where both players are very comfortable, with David looping and Brian blocking. And it's just up to who's going to make the first mistake. And this time it's Brian who makes the first error. Nice controlled loops from David, though. Oh, very nice short push. Brian takes the initiative. Nice blocks. Now he's defending. Catches the net. I don't know if it was going to go on either way.
I think it's a good time for Bryant to pull time out by this time. Like he was leading like 8-2 and...
I agree. It's a good time to call timeout right before you're about to lose that lead. But a nice serve again. He's really been doing well with the service game. Good pushes. Nice blocks from Brian. Really good touch there. Some of those loops are really high and spinny, and he did a really good job to come over the ball, close it, keep it on the table, and put the pressure on David. Great opening down the line. Smart play. 7-5. Critical juncture, this is the time where it's very easy for Brian to just run away with the game right here if he's able to win the next point. Or for David to climb back in and put the pressure back on Brian with David being 2 games up. Brian with the serve. Ooh, long again. That forehand opening off the edge of his paddle.
Looks like when it gets to like critical points, Bryant is having some trouble to serve shorts.
So we'll decide which serve he's going to go with. A little short serve. So he blocks that one into the net.
Did he come out or no?
No. For some players, it's a lot of times when they're playing individually, they don't like to call timeout.
It changes the measurement and everything.
But there, just a wild forehand from David gives Brian a point. Really critical here. I think Brian really doesn't want to. Oh, that's a nice
counter loop.
Nice counter loop. Perhaps David played that one a little bit too safe. It really let Brian take his time, come over the ball, and just loop that one into oblivion. Really didn't have much of a chance here. Nice backhand, forehand loop.
Nice rally.
Oh,
David takes away the forehand.
that's a great combination of loops from David Zang. Eventually, he's able to get Bryant to miss, and now he's only 1 point away from tying it up. A long serve. Oh, the forehand. And I don't think he's going to call timeout, but he'll definitely take the time to towel off to think about how he's going to play these next couple points. And David has the serve, so he's got the first initiative. Backman serve, goes for the forehand. Oh, again,
Another forehand loop.
again, it's another forehand loop, and I feel like that's the shot that's really has been letting Bryant down. Oh, really spinny, really well placed loop from David, out wide to Bryant's backhand side, and that spin just catches him, catches his paddle, and it flies off, and David takes the match. 3-1. Really tight though. That last game, you know, Bryant had the lead at 7-5. He had the lead at 9-7, and he brought it back to 10-9. But I think from Bryant.
Yes. It's working very well in the first game though. I think that's how he got his first game there.
Yeah, he got it that close because, you know, he was playing that forehand a little bit better. But those last, you know, couple critical points, he misses a forehand long, and a nice forehand from David to finish it out.
Right.
And so David advances to the semifinals. And so he will be playing the winner of Teddy Tran and Bryant Lynn, and that match is going on right now. And so I'll quickly pan it over right here. This match is going on right now, and what's that? Yeah, let me see if I can zoom out for you. There we go. And so we'll catch the last action of this match with Bryant and Teddy.
So the person on the far left, the left-hand guy is Bryant, and the person on the closer side is Teddy.
Yes.
They're both from Berkeley, I think.
No,
Bryant's from.
Bryant is from UC Santa Cruz. Although he is wearing a Davis shirt, don't be confused. He is from UC Santa Cruz, representing the only player from Santa Cruz. And I think, was that the 5th game changeover? It looked like it might have been.
Yeah, he's probably in the 5th game already. Right, second match.
Against both Bryant and David. They're both rated above 2,400 and have had really strong tournament performances in the USCTT as juniors. Now they're both in college.
I think Teddy Tran is actually over 2,500.
Yeah, Teddy's definitely been over 2,500, and his NCTTA rating is over 2,500 at 2,505, with Bryant 100 points below him at 2,405. So an exact 100-point difference. And so I would expect the winner of this match, whether it be Teddy or Bryant, to be a heavy favorite against David Zang.
Very spinny forehand opening from Teddy Tran.
He misses the counter loop. Not exactly sure what the score is, but based off how both players are reacting, it seems like it's really tight.
It should be in the 5th game as well, so.
That push is just a little bit too high, and Brian's able to swat that one away. Very nice
One
loop.
hand down the line as well.
Yeah, down the line. That's
Very unexpected. Right hand counter loop. We don't see that very often.
yeah. I think Bryant is pretty comfortable with it though. he opens up well from both sides, and you have to, you know, when you're playing at this level, 2,400 plus, both these players. Did you see which player took the timeout?
Teddy Tran took timeout, I think. But it's surprising because Bryant just got the points.
Yes.
So I guess Teddy has a serve, so it looks
He
like
might have
Teddy's
match
leading.
point, or it might be close too. Sometimes players like to take timeouts once they get a very nice, comfortable lead to make sure that they don't play too sloppy, they don't get too relaxed, and decide to give up a couple free points and make sure they stay focused and just end it early. Even though you have perhaps 5 opportunities, you want to get it on the first one.
Especially when you have a serve like what Teddy has right now. That looks long serve to me, and somehow Bryant is on the edge.
So that's 3 points in a row for Teddy. Still not sure what the score is. Would seem like Teddy would definitely have the lead.
It's a very decisive underspin serve. From this angle, it looks completely no spin to me.
A little bit of a net. Lucky.
Very lucky.
And so Teddy takes it. Looks like it was a close 5th game, and Brian's a little upset on his performance on the last game. I think he had an opportunity to win it.
So it looks like Teddy will be playing David Chen in the semifinal, and we'll be right back for that.
So yeah, I'll see if I can bring Brian up here, and we'll see if he can give us some of his thoughts on his performance on these last 2 matches, and we'll be right back.
Alright guys, we're going to do the semis sequentially. So we're going to start with Arsh and Michael. And you guys can start whenever you're ready, basically. Aaron's going to do the scorekeeping, so just let him know when you're ready.
we'll bring back the action to the feature table here. And so we're in the semis now. All quarters have completed. And so the semifinals matchup are, we have Teddy Tran against David Zang. And we have Michael Whitmire versus Arsh Shah. And so Michael upset Jordan Yi.
By the way, guys, someone left a pair of black shoes. So if you're missing a pair of black shoes, I have it over here. I think they're women's shoes. They're not ping pong shoes, just like normal tennis shoes. Black shoes.
So, yeah, Michael, a small upset over Jordan Yi, I would say. But the bigger upset is on that other side with Arsh Shah upsetting the top seed, Wei Da Guan.
Also, if you guys have any trash, let's try to keep this place pretty clean when we leave. So just pick up your trash if you have any.
And so Arsh and Michael... Yeah, Arsh and Michael will be playing the first semifinals with Teddy and David playing in the other side. And so that's 3 UC Berkeley representatives in the semifinal. So if Brian would have won, it would have been a sweep of sorts of the semifinals with UC Berkeley. And we begin the action on the first semifinal. Aaron Wong taking over the umpire slot. So Arsh is a bit of a favorite here at 20. So he's rated at 24.52. And the players are pausing for a little bit because we can hear the rain. The rain has been starting outside and it's surprisingly loud in here. It's a bit unexpected. So Arsh should be favored in this match. I think he definitely is favored, although he lost to David Zang, which was somewhat of a surprise. But what was also surprising was that he beat Wei Da Guan. And so he lost to the player that he was favored to win against, but he upset the player that he was expected to lose against. But here he comes out to a quick 4-1 lead. And Michael with a tricky serve on the backhand serve. So you can see Michael's really comfortable looping from the backhand side. You know, he likes to loop, you know, a couple steps off the table, and he's really comfortable doing so from both sides. And again, the rain has been starting up again, and it's just a little bit weird. A bit bizarre that it's this loud. So I'm gonna go take a quick water break, and perhaps I will come back on the stream a little later in the match.
No, thank him. Thank him for letting you go home early. What's up, no? Well, you should tell me earlier this. Oh, shoot. That's what I think, but I guess people think it's risky to lose rating.
Probably found like slightly for the business there.
Or sporting, I guess.
Oh, he looked for like I don't know. I remember he had say. Okay, I'll ask him.
They can start whenever they're ready.
He was also placing that one quick.